7:30. And you are? Great. Yeah, come on. Yes, please tell us what this is about.
So for the record, Peter Bixby, Dover, New Hampshire, Stratford 13, ranking member of House A&E. Last fall, we did a study committee on soil conditioners, and one of the things that Director Wyman spoke about when he was testifying was that they weren't actually able to test fertilizer beyond a couple of tests that they did on complaint, because their staff time was so occupied with doing data entry. They receive all of their registration forms, which are there are a lot of them, and licensing forms on paper, and then they enter them into spreadsheets, like 1980s style spreadsheets. And this obviously wastes a lot of staff time, and the lack of technology also makes it more difficult for people who want to interact with the department. You can't just fill out a form online saying, please update my registration for X and such fertilizer. You have to fill it out all on paper and mail it in. That's bad in terms of our relationships with the public that we are working on regulating. And the idea behind fertilizer regulation is that you want to make sure that if someone says that they are providing, say, 5-10-5 on the label, then you want to make sure that it actually contains that. And you want to have a representative sample of that tested every year. I initially wrote a bill that would provide data processing for the fertilizer statute, and the department came back and said, actually, we have this problem in all of our divisions, and we should just have something department-wide that will allow us to do data processing in a manner consistent with it being in the 2020s rather than the 1980s. Because we passed the animal database bill a couple of years ago, there's actually now an IT person dedicated to the Department of Agriculture, and that person was able to provide some numbers for what this processing system would cost, and also if they go with the same vendor, it will create efficiencies. It looks like the cost is going to be, well, last fall he quoted 360,000. The fiscal note says between 360 and 500,000, and given the and then 200,000 for every year for maintenance thereafter. That maintenance can be covered by existing fees. What we just need is the capital expense to get it started, and the return on investment for this is going to be huge. And basically, we're going to be saving several staff positions by, there would need to be more staff positions to actually execute the law if this doesn't go through. So it's basically a good investment, and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions for Representative Fix? No? All right. Yes, Representative Griffin.
Thank you for taking the question, and thank you for answering it if you can. There's a lot of federal money around, OPCA money and other money around. Has anybody done any research? This seems like the type thing that is agriculture, and it seems like the type thing where you might just stumble onto a perfect fit with money that's already been appropriated from the federal government.
We haven't looked at that, and because this is really an operating expense, I think it would be a pretty low priority in terms of grant application. As far as I know, it has not been looked at. I did mention it to the governor, and he sounded like he thought that it was an interesting problem, and that we do have a budget surplus at this point, and I know that the governor prefers to use budget surpluses for one-time expenses. This is a one-time expense, so it would be a good fit for that.
Yes, Representative Cambrose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that it would, if you got this, it would prevent having to hire additional staff. Would it cut any staff that exists today?
I don't believe that it would cause any staff cuts because essentially they hired the staff so to be able to do things like fertilizer assessments. So you're doing the determination of whether there is actually the right amount of nitrogen and potassium and et cetera in it. So, and also to be able to work with the regulatory issues around that. And those staff are being used simply for data entry now. They would be returned to doing what they're actually supposed to be doing under the law.
All right, Representative Weiler. Yeah.
What happens if one of these things, it says it's 10% nitrogen and it's only 6? Can you go and trace them down in every store that's selling this?
Yes, there is a, so the fertilizer is registered by the manufacturer and the manufacturer labels it with what's supposed to be in it. And the manufacturer has a list of stores that they sell to or farms that they sell to if they sell directly. And there is a procedure in law for what to do about deficiencies. The penalties for those deficiencies have actually just been, or that process has just been updated by something we passed on the consent calendar a couple of weeks ago.
So it isn't just something that sits there and says, oh, sorry. They
Right,
actually
no.
go and remove these from
Right. So
distribution.
it gets removed from distribution, and anyone who purchased it is entitled to a refund. Under current law, if they purchased over a ton, with the bill that we passed a few weeks ago, it's going to be anybody.
Is New Hampshire agricultural law somehow unique, or is this likely that some other state has software that would be adequate for this purpose?
The software that would be necessary would be basically there is a vendor that the department would work with, because it's essentially it's going to be everything that the department does. The vendor would not be solving a new problem, but having a vendor is going to be a much more cost-effective way of doing it than trying to do it in-house with given the way that IT is set up in New Hampshire. So I'm sure that the vendor is likely. I don't know this for a fact, but there's going to be an RFP going out. The vendors likely to be responding to that RFP will be people who are used to doing this sort of system, and it's a matter of making sure that when you're talking about, can you fill a form out online and send it in and have it appear online in a workable manner in a database, that's not something that's specific to New Hampshire law. That's like, as I'm sure you're aware.
Thank you. Any further questions for Representative Bixby?
Another thing about this is that in terms of, is New Hampshire unique in terms of the law? There's a national organization that looks to standardize laws, and New Hampshire law is basically consistent with that.
Do we have someone else here who would like to weigh in on this? Please state your name and spell it if it's difficult.
Thank you, Chairman McGuire, and thank you to all of you. My name is Sherry Gould. I think that's pretty straightforward, but SHERRY, like the wine, GOULD, and I represent Merrimack District 8, Warner, Bradford, and Henniker. So I'm here for the ED&A Committee. We heard the bill, and we passed it overwhelmingly out, and it passed on the floor. So this bill will update the Department of Agriculture from paper to online procedures, relieving employees who are spending time on administrative data entry Freeing them for data collection and verification will allow the department to fulfill its required duties more effectively. The department will move ahead with the support of the Department of Information Technology to contract development of an electronic system that will replace some old and unsupported data collection systems, such as the important weights and measures data system, and add the elements to modernize the systems. As the department is funded by fees, the costs associated with the bill appeared to us to be reasonable to remedy the tremendous need, fully recognizing and supporting that you all decide the fiscal matters, we decide the policy matters. I was particularly struck with the commissioner's report that the weights and measures data system was developed in the 1980s by a prisoner who has since been released and fulfilled his time. And so we have no support for that system, and it's failing. And the commissioner was concerned, will it even last if we get this put through? So I think what Representative Bixby reported to you is important, but that's just one piece of the broader picture that's really important. And weights and measures governs so much of our income for the state.
So you're saying that this is more than just for fertilizer?
Yeah.
This is for all the other operations in the department, yes?
Yes, everything. And that's part of why the contractor will be coordinating that all with the IT person who's embedded in the Department of Agriculture was there giving testimony to the committee, and he felt very confident that the breadth and the need would be covered, that he understands the processes better, and that this should go well.
Thank you. Other questions for Representative Gould? All right, seeing none, thank you. Let me just redirect to Representative Bixby. You agree with what she just said, that all right.
That is really critical, and that goes way beyond agriculture, because it's agriculture markets and food. So that is gas stations, that is the sales at every store, that is making sure that every label that is says there's this much in it actually has that.
All right. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, Representative Hatch.
Do we still use,
Please come back, Representative Bixby. Yeah. And turn on your mic, Representative Hatch.
are we still using individuals to, private contractors to check the measuring system as opposed to, we used to have our own department that oversaw weights and measures? How is that accomplished now?
That is, that's done by contract, so it does not, it is done with contractors. So for instance, for testing the accuracy of gas pumps, there are contractors who do the testing, and then there is a auditing process that the department has to make sure that they do a spot check on the work that the contractors have done and make sure that they are doing that correctly.
And there's no, if I may, and there's no issues with having this coordinating this system with the contractors as opposed to what they have now? Is that done in cooperation with them or in conjunction with them, or?
I don't know the actual process that the contractors would use for reporting, but I assume that the contractors would be much happier to just upload their information as opposed to having to fill out a paper form and send it in.
Compared to the, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Right, thank
you
you very
again.
much. Is there anyone else here? Oh, no, sorry. Is anyone else here who would like to weigh in on House Bill 230? No? Okay. So what do I do? Close the hearing? Or we'd start discuss it maybe? Any discussion?
We have agriculture coming in this afternoon, so we might want to talk about it with the commissioner, see whether we should put it in his budget or what we'd like to do with it, so.
Representative Griffin.
Thank you. Could I make a general comment? We have a series of bills before us. The reason they're here is they all have a fiscal impact. And I'm thinking that the economy may not be as healthy as the governor anticipated it as being. And we haven't had any feedback from Ways and Means yet, to my knowledge. So I hope that we hold these bills until we have a better feeling on what monies are available.
Sounds wise to me.
That's my plan, Representative Griffin. I'll see, we have 10 minutes. You must have done a good job, Representative McGuire.
them
Yeah, you pushing? Yeah, I didn't ask any questions.
But we're gonna see him later.
Yeah, 2:30 or 2 o'clock, I believe, yeah. All right, thank you. All right, we have 10 minutes. Now we can catch up. We got about 2.5, 3 inches. I saw a lot in the back of your truck. We can talk.
Yeah. So, Representative Sweeney asked about procedure. So my guess is if the bill looks right, it doesn't need any amendment, right? Then presumably, and it's just about spending money or not, then we would retain it typically, right? And then when we get to our numbers in the budget, right? We make a decision. Is this worthy to be over the line and be funded, or under the line and not be funded, right? Where does the importance of this compare to everything else in the budget, right? But if, and then assuming we decide to fund it, the numbers would go into House Bill 1 and the body of the bill would go into House Bill 2, right? But if, let's say the bill itself needed, let's say like House Bill 50, where we changed the bill completely, right? We changed it from spending money in one way to spending money in another way. I would assume with a bill like that, we would send it back to the House in the new form, assuming the rest of the committee likes it. And then, assuming the House passes it, we would then ask the House to table it at that moment, right, after being passed. And then we would come back and do the same thing about putting it in the budget or not, et cetera. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And, the point is, normally we know how much money we can spend before we get the budget. For some reason, we haven't found that figure yet. And, the governor has all these ambitious spending plans, but the revenue he shows is a little less. So
I spoke to Representative Sanborn the other day, and she said they're not even going to be coming up with those numbers until next week. So it's like the end of next week, maybe, or something like that,
So
Representative Griffin.
if I can add something for the newer members, we never know where we're going to be. And as we go through these departments, everybody should be looking for areas that in a worst case scenario, if we had to make cuts, looking for those areas that would be logical cuts and keeping track of them. Because I've been on the committee before where at the end of the session, they say, okay, we got to find $10 million. And, if you're trying to do it in retrospect, it doesn't work. If you've been keeping track along of the areas of the budget that are weak, then you're in a position to offer some true cuts that won't hurt too much.
I just learned today that House Bill 2 is like 500 pages. And most of it's OPLC stuff. Yeah.
But
And we don't have it yet.
another point is, when a bill comes to us well-supported, it's passed the House, it's got a good vote, I'm reluctant to say, no, we're not gonna fund it. You know, especially if it's small money like this, it's under $1 million. We can very likely, something like this, it's not a problem. But, you know, if something comes in with a huge amount of money, that's kind of a target. But, and especially if it's struggled to get through the House. But, you know, we have to realize, and there are other things we can look at, like in the past, there was one that came to us and it said, we need to hire 3 more inspectors to do something. And I would go to the committee and I'd say, are all the inspectors in this department busy? Or can you change some of them over to do this job? Rather than hiring 3 new people, isn't there some place within the organization that you don't need 3 people? Then we can substitute them for this. And it makes it a lot easier, but it's a conversation we have to have sometimes. Thanks.
Representative Ebel, right on time, but we have a few minutes. Your written testimony was very good. I don't know if the members all saw that or if you have printed copies for. So we'll open up the work session on House Bill 300. As soon as Representative Ebel's finished passing out some earlier written testimony, we'll let her speak to any questions there might be.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. So you have before you HB 300, which just passed the House on a voice vote. It was recommended 20-0 by the Environment and Agriculture Committee. It has a great deal of bipartisan support, and it is a bill that attempts to get the state of New Hampshire a little bit more on track with its solid waste. So what I thought I would do is I'll describe the bill, but it's really kind of hard to fully understand what we're trying to do unless I give you a little bit of context, which is what I tried to do in the written testimony that I did for you. So basically what HB 300 would do, it would ban the generators of food waste of 1 ton or more a week from disposing the food waste in a landfill or an incinerator, but only if there was a place that could handle the food waste within 20 miles of the entity generating the waste. So the food waste generally would have to be separated, and the order of preference for diverting it would be to start out with trying to generate less food waste in the beginning, try to get it out for human consumption, try to get it out for animals, for farms, and then the last thing, as appropriate, you could use it for composting, you could use it for anaerobic digestion, or if appropriate, land application, and then you could also use it for energy recovery. The effective date would be 2 years from now, give or take, on February 1st, 2025. So, in updating my testimony, I still say here that it's a 50-mile radius. That was amended, so it's a 20-mile radius, so I apologize for that. Per the EPA statistics, it is estimated that approximately 25% in weight of all the waste that we put into our landfills is food waste. And this 1 ton ban would be a really good way of trying to get that waste out of our landfills and also trying to get food to the hungry. So as a result of this bill, there's also been a great deal of interest among food bank folks. And there's also been a great deal of interest among businesses that are interested in doing composting, and also agricultural folks who want to do composting on their farms. This started really for me, this journey, in 2019 when, you may recall, the Chinese decided that they weren't going to take our plastics and our mixed paper anymore, and our municipalities were really floundering on what to do with their waste. They were, as you may know, when you dispose of your solid waste, when it goes to a landfill or an incinerator, you're paying a per ton charge. So the more waste you have, obviously, the more your costs are going to be for tipping fees. So many of these municipalities were faced with a situation that instead of getting income for their recyclables through the Chinese venue, they were floundering with respect to their costs with increased tipping fees. So I introduced a bill, and we had a legislative study committee, and we had 14 hearings in about, I'd say, 6 weeks. We had 50 stakeholders. I tried to bring in everybody from like everything that I could think of, from landfill operators, agricultural folks, municipalities, any number of folks. And I would say it started sort of a voyage of discovery and understanding that we really haven't been paying attention to our solid waste situation in the state for decades. The long-range solid waste plan that we hadn't been updated since 2003. We had diversion goals, and when I talk about diversion goals, what I'm trying to express is that you're trying to divert the trash from going into the landfills. So our diversion goals went back to the 90s, and they were supposed to be achieved by 2000. They had not been updated. In the situation with the municipalities trying to deal with these roiling global markets, DES really wasn't able to support them very much. And so when we were sitting there listening, we found out that DES used to have a planning department, and due to budget cuts, they had no planning department whatsoever anymore. And so they really weren't able to help the towns. They weren't able to help the state. And the Solid Waste Bureau had really been, I would say, pretty much decimated. So basically, our bipartisan group tried to come up with several things to achieve, and I'm actually really pleased with the progress that we've made, because if you look at this, we're sort of starting from the ground up, trying to rebuild the situation in the state. And the first thing we did was we renewed and updated our solid waste disposal diversion goals, and we're going to try to achieve a 25% reduction by 2030 and a 45% reduction by 2050. We do have, we passed a bill that put a deadline on it, and we do have a new long-range solid waste management plan. We created a solid waste working group that would work hand in hand with DES in development of that plan. I chair that group, and through some reorganization within the Solid Waste Bureau, we do have a couple of folks that are now helping with planning, but they're the ones that, you know, they help with all the legislative support, and now they're going to be tasked with making the solid waste plan a reality. But to make that plan a reality, we have to act on some of the goals that are set forth in it. And so to do that, it will take some investment by the state to sort of come back from where we were 30 years ago. And this is all really important because all our region, the Northeast region, is very aggressively trying to reduce what they're putting into their landfills, and taking real bold action to try to do better. And basically, we haven't done much of anything for years, except that we have landfills, and some of the states are now sending their trash to New Hampshire as they progressively reduce the number of landfills in their own state. I think you all know by now that under the Interstate Commerce Clause, there really isn't any way to ban out-of-state waste from coming into our state. But what we can do is do some things to protect our capacity for landfilling, and also do better with solid waste. So in going through the goals of the solid waste plan and trying to understand some low-hanging fruit, if you'll forgive the phrase, one of the things that we identified that all the region is doing is initiating a food waste ban for 1 ton or more. And I guess the only thing other thing that I would add here is that we do have other bans in place that we have lived with. We don't allow, for instance, leaf and yard waste to go into our landfills. I could talk about this for a really long time, but I want to add one thing, and that is that landfills, when they're permitted, there's a lot more to it, but they are based on volume. And so, you know, if you go to a landfill, you see these machines with, you know, wheels as high as the ceiling, and they're compacting, and packing. And, you know, if you're trying to preserve your landfill capacity, you should be looking for things that make sense to not put in landfills that we can put far better use to. So in the state, you know, landfills is the least desirable way of dealing with our waste. And I think in the long run, we should be able to save money. I can talk about landfill leachate. I can talk about toxic chemicals. I can talk about all those things. I think we have to recognize whatever goes into a landfill, it stays there. It's not busily degrading because it's an anaerobic kind of a situation, but the water comes through. The landfills collect the leachate. It goes to our wastewater treatment plants. We can talk about PFAS. We can talk about all the unbelievable amount of money we're dealing with at the wastewater treatment plant size. So I'm trying to change the conversation a little bit and trying to get people to focus on where a lot of this stuff is coming from. So with that, I'd be happy to talk to the committee about it.
Any questions for Representative Ebo? Representative Griffin?
I'd like to know, who would be the typical business or type entity that would be subject to this? In other words, is a restaurant with 250 seats generating that much waste, would they be subject to it? Is my local supermarket subject to it, etc.?
Well, one of the things that really helped me personally envision this, I talked to somebody that collects food waste. They said it's 8 to 10 64-gallon totes that are filled to capacity, and they have 200 to 250 pounds per tote. So that's basically what a ton is. The folks that would, well, first of all, I should say there was no objection at the hearing. Nobody really came forth. I think it would involve hospitals. It would involve very large grocers, and it could involve very large restaurants. The thing that I want to point out is that this isn't like a cumulative thing. It's not like if there's a McDonald's, if they generate a ton at 10, you know, taken all together at 10 restaurants, that's not what this is. This is individual generators. So I talked to a Hannaford's, for instance, in my area, and what they're doing, and this is an initiative that comes from Maine. Hannaford has a contract with a company called AgriCycle, and AgriCycle runs an anaerobic digester that produces energy in Maine. And they go around to all the Hannafords. They collect all the food waste that goes into the totes, including packaged, you know, the grocery stores aren't required to depackage their stuff. Everything just gets dumped in, and then AgriCycle takes it, and then they take it to Maine to run their digester. And the other thing, though, that I wasn't thinking about this exactly. Sorry, I'm veering from your question, but the folks that are affected by this, say a grocery store like Hannaford, they're working they would work closely with food banks, and food banks are really excited about this to get more food to feed the hungry, which, let's face it, is where food should be going, not into our dumps.
I guess what I'm looking for is statistics on how much food waste is generated by different types of entities, and apparently you don't have any of that.
Well, DES is here. I'm not sure what they have exactly statistically. What I can tell you, and this isn't exactly an answer to you, but what I can tell you is that DES estimated that approximately 190 tons of food waste could be diverted from our landfills if this went into place.
Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've been making compost for decades, and I use a shredder. And when you put food waste in it, there's a lot of liquid in it, and it makes a mess if you don't mix something in it. So I always have a supply of either Christmas tree branches or dry leaves. And it comes out dry, and then I soak it, and it composts very nicely. So I'm looking at grocery stores, which create tons of cardboard. And if they shredded the cardboard and then mixed that with the food waste, so that they could have something dry so that the liquid would be absorbed. And I wonder if anybody has tried that as an experiment. I would think the cardboard, shredded cardboard, would be an ideal thing, and it's killed two birds with one stone. I wonder if anybody's tried that as an experiment. It seems to me obvious with a grocery store.
I can't tell you exactly, but I've been in places where they have separate bins for compost, and they tell you to put in old Kleenex and, you know, like paper towels and things like that. And I'm sure that, you know, I can't speak for an anaerobic digester operator, but I would think that as an organic substance, paper products could be used in some way, and they could be used to they generate electricity.
Yeah.
So it's really I think this is a really nice meshing between preserving our landfill capacity, doing better with food waste, and also providing business opportunities for people who are really interested in this sort of thing. It's and I've talked to Vermont and some of these other states, and things just sort of evolve together.
Thank you.
And I just want to point out that someone, you know, if you were subject to this ban as an institution, unless there was a recipient for the food waste within 20 miles, you wouldn't have to do it.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming to our committee.
Happy to be here.
Do you know how many tons per week of all waste is both generated in New Hampshire and comes to New Hampshire from other states?
I'm going to leave that question to DES, which is behind me. What I do know is what's going into our landfills is approximately 2 million tons annually, and about half of that is out of state. And just to clarify on your voyage of solid waste with me, there are private landfills in the state and there are public landfills in the state. And public landfills can either be owned, say, by Nashua, or they can be a solid waste district that are owned by multiple municipalities. And it's really the municipality's right to, you know, they limit it to the people that they're serving. Private companies can take their waste from us, obviously, but from out of state or whatever. So it's really the private landfills that are the ones that are mostly taking the out of state waste.
Yeah. Follow up? Yeah. So in my town, we have mandatory recycling. So we separate out aluminum, tin, cardboard, paper, plastic, and glass. And then the rest is trash, right? So when you say this could save 2 million annually, is that all those categories, or is that just the one that I would call trash?
Well, I don't think I said it would save 2 million.
No, that's
annual-
the
yeah,
total in the state.
total.
Right.
But, so, yeah, so I'm going to see what DES says about this.
Right.
So, but when they're calculating, I think, how much waste is generated, they're talking across all categories. And then they have statistics that they get on the different subsets.
Thank you.
So a fiscal question.
Yes.
It shows one additional employee, I believe, starting in 25. Is there any reason the Department of Environmental Services didn't include this in their budget? Why this is a standalone bill? Just kind of curious.
I think when they were developing their budget during the governor's phase, and I have to be honest, I'm not exactly sure when that was, but that was when the solid waste management plan, it wasn't issued until November of 2022. And then the solid waste working group was reviewing the plan and trying to develop its goals. And so I mean, all of these things took place a little bit later, so that could be why it wasn't included. But I think that the department, I don't want to speak for the department, but I think that they pretty much they did the efficiency budget. I'm not sure how much more they would have added on. I just like to,
Could I help with this?
yes.
So this
please.
is new policy, right?
Right.
They're not currently required to
Right.
divert food, et cetera. So the extra person is to make sure they do, right?
Right,
So you
that's
can't
right.
put it in the budget
Until you know it's the
until
law.
this policy is law, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
So,
okay.
but I think just to expand from that, I'd like to suggest that this bill be retained and be part of a broader conversation about the Solid Waste Bureau and a broader conversation about the planning department, because we now have a solid waste management plan. We haven't had one since 2003. We haven't really had clear-cut goals to pursue. We haven't been surrounded by states that are very aggressively trying to do better with their solid waste. And, you know, the discussion about landfills is obviously roiling our state, and we have to, I just think we have to rebuild the Solid Waste Bureau from where it was. We've got to start, we've got a plan, and we can just really dig in now and do better with these issues. I've really become a believer. I have to say, I've never been engaged with a subject quite so much, which I understood involved every single individual, every single business. I mean, we all consume things and we all throw things away. And I think it's time that we think a little bit better about how we're managing it. So I look forward to talking with the division a little bit more on this, and I hope we can make this a reality. I hope that we help DES do better for our towns and our businesses and our people in the state.
Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill implies that if there are no facilities that can handle the waste within 20 miles, then the
That's
generator is exempt.
That's right.
Okay, and to your knowledge, how many of these type of facilities do we have around the state? Would there be one located within 20 miles of a lot of places, presumably, or?
There wouldn't be.
Okay.
There wouldn't be. And, you know, this obviously, I think you run into this a lot when you try to do an initiative like this. It's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation. But I can tell, and I don't know who you want to call the chicken and who you want to call the egg, but I can tell you there are some business chickens that are really interested in sharing some of these eggs.
Okay, and follow up, Mr. Chair? And in terms of the other states that have already done this and have some experience, who's enforcing it, or how are they enforcing it? And are there any penalties handed out to these businesses if they don't comply?
my understanding from talking to Vermont, which are the folks that I've talked to in particular, is they request certificates of compliance, and they, I mean, they just do a procedure. I think it's a pretty light touch. I don't think anybody is going in there smashing eggs on anybody's heads, but to continue the metaphor. But I mean, on our, let me put it this way, on our solid waste working group, we have representative of private landfill, public landfill, hospitals, retailers, small towns, big towns, the BEA, everybody that I could, I mean, that would make sense. And in identifying a really good way of starting to achieve our goals and saving our landfill space, this was the one that we identified as a great place to start.
Follow-up question? You all set? So going back to my fiscal question. though,
Okay.
If you look at the original language under 149M27 is refuse reduction, and you're adding the prohibition of food waste. Is there someone now that's embedded in the department that's doing the reduction oversight?
I'm going to leave that to DES, but in their reorganization, they did not have a planning department. And because of all these initiatives that we've been pushing forward as a legislature, and I will say virtually unanimously, the reorg has taken one person that I think was in permitting, and they have now a planning department, and they have one, so they have two people, and I believe they call it the planning and waste reduction section. And they can tell you more about that. But yes, I mean, that's what they're going to be dedicating themselves to.
Seeing no further questions for Representative Ebel, we'll ask the DES to quickly come forward and explain your position, whatever it might be. And if you could state your name for the record as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Nork. I am representing the Solid Waste Management Bureau at New Hampshire DES. And I believe that Representative Ebel provided you a copy of our letter of testimony for the bill when it was in hearing before E&A. We are not taking a position on the bill per se, although we do think that the concept has merit. One of the concerns that we had identified in the original hearing was that additional personnel requirement to fully carry out and robustly enforce the new policy that this would implement. But that being said, this is a policy that is in place in other states. It is actually very closely modeled after the state of Vermont and how they started out their food waste disposal ban. So there are models where we see this working, and we think that, you know, if DES were to fully carry out this responsibility, we would want to do it in a workmanlike way, which is why we would need that additional position. I took some notes on some of the questions that were asked. I don't know if that would be helpful for me to try to address some of the questions that the committee raised already.
Yes, it would.
Okay. So there was a question about the most recent question about the section in the statute that references refuse reduction. I believe the bill amends that to say disposal prohibited. If you actually look at that section of the statute, it's titled refuse reduction, which is kind of an erroneous title. So I think the bill is trying to correct that, because the other sections or the other provisions of that of M20, 149, M27 talk about not disposing leaf and yard waste in landfills, not disposing of wet cell, like automotive batteries. So it's just trying to clear that up and make it a little bit clearer in the statute that, in fact, that section is more about prohibiting disposal in a landfill or an incinerator. And I think Representative Ebel did a good job of answering the question of who is currently carrying out issues related to disposal and reducing the amount of waste that we dispose of. That is in fact myself, along with Paige Wilson, who is sitting behind me. So we are the cohort within the Solid Waste Management Bureau that we call ourselves the Materials Management, Education, and Planning section. So we are the kind of the section that was resurrected after many years of lack of attention at DES to solid waste management planning and waste reduction, recycling. More of the. We have a hierarchy in the state, waste disposal hierarchy, and that's what our section is trying to help uphold. Things that are more preferable than just landfilling and incinerating. Representative Cambrils, you asked about how many facilities currently exist that would be able to fulfill the need that this ban would put in place. Currently, there are, I think, I don't have the exact numbers, but I think right around 10 or 12 permitted composting facilities in the state. But the way the bill is structured, there are other facilities that could also help, like Representative Ebel was mentioning, food donation. So there's kind of a panoply of different facilities that could help fulfill this ban. And the other thing is, and this is how other states have implemented it, they delay the actual effective date so that it sends a signal to the industry that wants to start composting facilities or anaerobic digestion facilities or food donation networks. By putting a law in place and having a delayed implementation, it sends that signal and allows them time to develop that infrastructure that would be necessary. So that, I think that was kind of contemplated in how this bill was structured as well. It gives a 2-year kind of delay so that folks are aware that this is coming and that they can adapt and have time to do that. Representative McGuire asked about tonnage on a weekly basis. We don't have the exact numbers broken down by week, but Representative Ebel was correct that if you just look at what's disposed of in New Hampshire and in our landfills and incinerators, it is about 2 million tons annually. About half of that comes from New Hampshire. The other half comes from out of state. So if you take 1 million, which is half of 2 million, and break that down over the course of the year, it's roughly 20,000 tons, just doing back of the napkin kind of calculation. DES did some rough calculations to try to figure out how much food waste is generated in the state. We think we're just using some estimates from the EPA, but we think that according to if the EPA estimate holds true for New Hampshire, it's probably around 180 or 190,000 tons per year. So this is a significant portion of the waste stream. If we generate collectively around 1 million tons, 200,000 tons is a pretty good chunk of that, about 20% or so. So those are some of the questions that I had. Oh, there was a question about how do you estimate? I think it was Representative Griffin. How do you estimate who would be subject to the ban? What other states have done is they've actually developed through research with an organization called the Center for Ecotechnology. They've created sector by sector different estimators for how much food waste a particular kind of business entity might generate. So a lot of states have actually leaned on this. It's basically a compendium of different businesses like restaurants, hotels, grocery stores, based on square footage, based on number of employees, to help kind of narrow down who might be subject to the ban. And that's what a lot of other states have leaned on, that kind of research.
Representative Griffin.
Is that available to us? Do you have a copy that?
I can make that available. Yeah, I'll do a little research when I get back to the office. There is a website, I believe, that
Thank you.
we can send.
Representative Ebel.
If the testimony that I distributed yesterday, there's a link to the estimator site, right? So if you get the digital version, you can click on it and it'll get you to the estimator, right?
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask about this out-of-state issue. At the bottom of the letter from DES, it lists a bunch of states that have this. Representative Ebel implied that the state of Maine has this, but the Maine is not on this list.
That's the
Why
one
is it?
state that doesn't.
So there, Hannaford and Maine is doing this on their own, not because they're required. I see.
That's
All right, let me ask, may I continue? So, if a grocery store in Massachusetts was sending its waste to New Hampshire, I assume this ban would start to apply to it, yes?
Uh, That's not clear to me. I think the way the bill, and I think I see Representative Ebel is not here,
Representative
so I'll
Ebel, before
defer
your
to her.
head comes off.
I mean, yes, that's kind of the point, you know, because we want to have an across-the-board ban that applies not just to us, but to the out-of-state depositors of trash in our landfills.
Okay, so as a follow-up, when you're enforcing it, the 20 miles, you would have to know this grocery store in Massachusetts, what's going on within 20 miles of them, not just what's going on in New Hampshire, right? In order to enforce this correctly, I guess, is that?
It's a good question. I think our jurisdiction would really be within the state of New Hampshire. I think it would be a little bit of a stretch for us to start regulating entities outside of the state borders. But what we can regulate are the facilities in New Hampshire. So if it is waste that's going to a landfill that is banned from disposal at that landfill, that's where we can regulate. So we have jurisdiction over the facilities that we permit in the state. You know, if it's a disposal facility or whatever, we do have jurisdiction over that. But the generator itself, I think it's a little questionable. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not sure if how to really interpret the language of the statute, or if this were to be adopted in statute. But just in general, I think our jurisdiction is pretty clearly within the state of New Hampshire.
Right. I'll save the rest for discussion.
So I hopefully have a quick question for you on your support from the department. You said primarily your support was because of the cost factor, I guess, hiring somebody. It would appear if it's a worthwhile program, and if the money was there, you would support this legislation?
I can't speak for the department necessarily. I think as a general rule, I think we are just not taking a position on this bill as a policy. But we did want to voice our concern about the cost that would be necessary, just to be sure that we were considering that if it was to be implemented. I guess just to clearly answer your question, I can't say whether we would clearly support the bill if that was to come to fruition.
Okay, thanks. Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
So, well, obviously, we'll hold on to this as well. So moving right along, I see Representative Merchant here. I would assume you're here to speak on House Bill 337. If you could come forward and take the mic and identify yourself for the record. Welcome to Division 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Gary Merchant, representative and representing Sullivan District 6, which is Claremont and Croydon. I come before you today in regards to House Bill 337, which was heard by the Policy Committee and passed that committee. During the hearing, there was a mistake made in the drafting of the bill, which created a fiscal note, which you see before you. And subsequently, we modified that bill to reduce the need for the fiscal note. And I don't see Director Courtney here, but my understanding is in the testimony during the time it was being heard along the amendment, that basically either reduced or almost eliminated the need for the fiscal note. So I don't have an email from her per se. I think you folks may want to go back and revisit that fiscal note and ask her to have it redrafted or redone. But the intent of the bill, before we get into the finance, is the policy side of it. What we heard during the summer, I was sitting on a committee to look at OPLC. And one of the things that was heard time and time again was the issue of notices of meetings, the ability to have documents like you folks have before you today, for those documents to be shared with the public prior to the meeting itself. So the bill fundamentally enhances the right to know. Our government is based upon transparency. It's a foundation of democracy. And when you have boards which have regulatory authority and they don't notice the meetings sufficiently enough, a lot of people who are professionals don't have the ability in their work schedule within 24 to 48 hours to take a day off. They have to schedule the time. So in order to accomplish that or to accommodate that, what we ask for is the notice be posted 2 weeks before the meeting. We also want to be sure that the documents that are being shared by the board are available to the public. So when the board is discussing the documents, the people in the audience, the ones that they regulate, or the public itself, understand what the conversation is all about. So that was the intent of the bill. I did work with Director Courtney. We modified the reason for the fiscal note. We also went back and she drafted something to be sure it wasn't in violation of 91A, because her concern, which I totally support, there'd be possible times in which the documents need to be protected for whatever reason, particularly if you're going through an application for licensure. So as long as the documents do not violate 91A, they should be made available publicly. That's the intent of the bill. And I'll send you my testimony. I didn't want to read it to you verbatim. I think you can probably read it as well as I can. But I'll send it to you folks as soon as I'm done with the meeting. I should have brought copies with you, and I apologize.
Oh, no apology necessary. You probably saved us some work, and we try to stick to the fiscal impact of legislation. So you're telling us you don't see any fiscal impact now, but again, we just work with what we've received, and it shows a fiscal impact of over $300,000 a year. So I guess we'll have to wait for a new fiscal note. Mr. Hoffman, have we heard anything, or Melissa?
We'll work with the board to make sure we have the accurate information.
All right, so nothing new out there yet then?
We don't have anything new.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, who is the one that triggers the review of the fiscal note? Because I talked to Director Courtney this morning. When the amendment went through, there was no request for the fiscal note to be revised.
She would reach out to the Legislative Budget Assistance Office, and they would get that fiscal note or lack thereof to us.
Procedural question. If the fiscal note comes back basically zero, can the bill just basically at that point in time be vacated, or do you still have to vote on it?
Well, we would still vote on it, but we would note to the full committee there's no fiscal note. So
Okay.
we'd probably say in the committee report, we found no fiscal impact.
Okay.
All right.
That's my testimony for this morning.
Are there any questions of Representative Merchant? You don't have one? Oh, I know.
Oh.
Well, no, this is more of a statement, but
Okay.
I heard the same thing from Carol that Representative Merchant said, that it was an error and therefore they changed it so that to get rid of the money out of the
Yep.
bill. So,
Great. Thanks very much for your attendance today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. You have a question for us, or?
Good morning.
If you could
Mr.
state
Chair.
your name for us.
My name is Douglas Osterhout. I am General Counsel for the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. We did not receive a fiscal note worksheet request for this third bill. I'd be happy to put one together if the committee'd so like. I'm really just here to observe and answer any questions anyone might have. I did draft the fiscal note worksheet on the first two iterations of the bill. Kept hopping around.
Yeah, if you could, again, get together with Melissa or Mike Hoffman and get that revised fiscal note, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Are there questions? Oh, and could you spell Card, you spell your last name? Card is good.
I should say it slower too. Osterhout, Osterhoudt, pronounced exactly as it's spelled except for the silent letters.
All right, thank you very much. Carol, I'm sorry, Representative McGuire, your husband has like 10 minutes that you could spend with him. All right, we'll take a,
Do you want to comment on House Bill 333?
all right, nice to see you, Representative McGuire. All right, we'll take a 12-minute break.
Good.
Yeah, my dad has been fighting cancer, but seems to be in remission, but his red blood cells are off. And we went down, we brought like $200 worth of food because he lives way out in Rowan, away, there's no stores nearby. All right, we'll open the work session on House Bill 347, establishing a Superior Land Use Review docket. And I have to say, I'm very disappointed that this representative does not still serve on finance, but you are missed, sir. So,
Well, thank you. And I have to say, I miss you guys too. I really, it was a tough choice because I really enjoyed working on finance. Although I was on Division 2, but nonetheless, I enjoyed working on finance. So anyway, I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 347, which passed the Policy Committee. As you know, it authorizes the Superior Court, the Supreme Court, after the governor makes the initial nomination, to establish a land use docket, which would be responsible for hearing, which would appoint a judge that's experienced in that area of the law, and would be responsible for hearing all land use appeals throughout the state. It's sort of modeled, as I mentioned, I think when I spoke on the floor, after the business court docket example, which has been in effect for probably close to 15 years now, and really has been very successful. That docket, again, sort of consolidates complex business cases before one judge in Merrimack County, although the judge can travel to other places if need be. And that has worked out very successfully. I think if you talk to the members of the bar or the business community, they'd say that that they think that's been a success. So, this, as everybody knows, I think we have a housing problem in New Hampshire. This bill isn't going to be the panacea to solve the housing problem, but I think it will be a step in the right direction, and I think a pretty significant step, because one of the things that we've heard repeatedly is that the time it takes for cases that are assigned to sort of the regular docket to go, the land use cases to be resolved in the Superior Court can take a long time, and that is a real discouragement for people who are, for developers and that kind of thing. So I think this will help to alleviate that issue, and hopefully help to make more affordable housing available throughout the state. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
well, since I'm on the bill as one of the sponsors, I'll let Representative McGuire chair the discussion.
Well, my ears perked up when you said the words Merrimack County, because three of us on this committee are members of from Merrimack County. So I guess we provide security for the courts. Is this bill going to end up costing our county something for more of that?
I don't think so, just because it's going to be, there will be another judge. Well, arguably it could, you could have a sheriff's expense for another court officer to provide security. And, I have to say, I said Merrimack County because that's where the business court typically sits, and it is a state capital. It kind of makes sense. I suspect, and I know Karen Gorham is here from the judicial branch, I suspect that what she would say is, although Merrimack County might be the sort of default, if it turns out that there's, that they have more courtroom available in some other county, assuming it's sort of generally in the, in the area where most of the cases arose, there would be no reason they couldn't house the court there. But I would tend to think Merrimack County would be the default.
May I follow? So I'm in charge. Oh, because you're a sponsor. I see. You're sitting over there. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So, is this sized correctly? I guess I assume that if there weren't very many land use cases, or maybe this judge, the backlog of land use cases went away or something, they would do other Superior Court cases.
That's correct. Again, as with the business court, Judge McNamara was the first business court judge and served until he retired, and I believe Judge Anderson is now taken over. But my understanding is that although Judge McNamara did mostly business cases, there were times when, for one reason or another, you know, the schedule was such that he could do other things. And I know, for example, he tried some criminal cases. I suspect he may have tried some other cases. And I think that would be true in the land use docket also. And it may also be true that if, you know, at any particular time, there were like a whole, you know, an even more heavy load of land use cases, that Chief Justice Netto would assign another judge to work with, you know, with the land use judge to hear those cases.
One last one from me, and then I'll ask for others. Are land use cases somehow seasonal? I mean, construction generally doesn't happen as much during the winter. So do these kind of cases have a
You know,
periodicity?
I would say in terms of like when they're filed, maybe. Although I can't say that for sure. I think in terms of, you know, when hearings end up being held and the cases adjudicated, I would tend to say no. That generally is not the case.
Any other representatives have questions for? No, seeing none. Thank you.
Great.
very
Well,
much.
thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to give us some information about House Bill 347? Here we go. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Acting Chair. My name is Karen Gorham. I'm the Superior Court Administrator. And I can assure you, Representative McGuire, it will not cost Merrimack County any more money. We have managed to fully max out the Merrimack County Superior Court. There are 3 courtrooms there and 3 full-time judges. So if this bill comes to fruition, we would likely house the land use docket at Hillsborough North Superior Court in Manchester. They have an extra courtroom that is currently used just for arraignments, and we can hold those elsewhere.
We still have the old courthouse that may not be fully used. All right. Thank you.
I was part of that move. That was an interesting day. My reason for being here is I wanted to clarify one thing that with regard to the number of judges that we're asking for the Superior Court. As you are probably all well aware, we had a weighted caseload study completed in the judicial branch over the last 2 years. That weighted caseload study indicated that we needed 2.5 more Superior Court judges. In our budget, we asked for 1 more Superior Court judge. If the land use docket passes and comes into fruition, we are not asking for a second new judge. It would be only the land use court judge. What that would allow us to do is prioritize the land use docket cases, but as you correctly pointed out, Representative McGuire, the statute also, the land use docket statute allows that judge to be assigned to any other matters within the jurisdiction of the Superior Court. So by pulling the complex civil case type of land use docket cases from our judges around the state, adding a judge who will specialize in this type of case, we're pulling some of the work from our local judges, and we would not need another one to fill that position. And that is really what I wanted to clarify for you today, that we're not asking for a second new judge, 1 new judge overall.
All right. Representative Sweeney has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for being here. Will the filing fee to get in front of this court be uniform across the board, or will it depend on development size?
No, the filing fee for all Superior Court civil cases to file electronically, which all of our cases are, is $280. That applies to every type of case. Oftentimes, in some case types, we'll get a motion to request a waiver of a filing fee, sometimes with a restraining order. Usually not with businesses and private attorneys, but we will get waivers to waive that fee. But other than that, it's a flat fee, $280.
Thank you.
Let me ask you about a related question that we're dealing with here, and that's the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. So when someone has a dispute over their property tax assessment, they have a choice of going to Superior Court or the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. Do you know how many go to Superior Court? Is it next to none, or is it?
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Okay.
So a lot of our assessment appeals right now deal with telecommunications companies, and we have cases going back four calendar years, four tax years on these cases. We get hundreds of those every year. We we consolidate all of those cases at Merrimack Superior Court in front of one judge. The legal issue is the same in all of those cases. So I think what happened in the past, maybe if Judge Lynn is still here?
No,
you
he
might
left,
remember,
yeah.
one of the issues went on appeal to the Supreme Court. It applied to all 400 pending cases and resolved a number of those cases. Then another issue came up. The idea is to take one lead case, get that in front of the Supreme Court, decide, and then hopefully resolve the other cases. So they're managed well. Most of our cases are the telecommunications. We do not get a lot of individual homeowners appealing the assessment of their home. We get a lot of the telecommunications piece. We call
Is
them
this the
phone.
business judge that does that, or is it?
It is not.
Oh,
It is
okay.
not.
So it's yet another.
It's just a
Judge.
consolidated case type. Simply, like we do with all of the YDC claims that are coming in, we've got almost 1,000 YDC cases right now in Superior Court. We've consolidated those in front of one judge and have a lead case that people file into. There's a few offshoot cases for those that were sent to group homes that were not managed by the state, but most of those cases are in front of one judge in Rockingham Superior Court. He was in Merrimack where they all came in, but he thankfully took them with him when he was assigned to Rockingham.
I see. Thank you. Representative Sweeney. Answer.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, the conversation we're now having, what's the backlog of land use cases compared to the backlog of tax appeal cases?
I do not have that number. I do not have that number. I do know that it's considered a complex civil case type. There are a lot of pleadings in land use cases. There are a lot of hearings to be held, and sometimes they can get backlogged behind the criminal cases, which have statutory deadlines. This bill, the way I read it, gives statutory deadlines to these cases, and having the one dedicated judge will allow them to move through without getting behind. Our average caseload per judge for calendar year 2022 was 900 cases. Vast majority of them are criminal that have to have their quick hearings and speedy trials.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on House Bill 347? All right. I guess we'll close the hearing.
So just a reminder for the division, the judicial branch will be in on Friday, which, we can discuss the additional judge at that time as well. All right, gee, we're doing really well today. Representative Ebel, you're gonna go make more copies, I assume? Okay, thank you. So we'll be back here in 15 minutes. making an appropriation to the Solid Waste Management Fund, etc. Representative Ebal.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the committee and to the chairman for our continuing conversation of solid waste. So what this bill would do, it does a couple of things. The first thing was that I should explain is that last year, the legislature and the governor signed into effect the creation of a solid waste management fund. And the solid waste management fund would be a program whereby municipalities and businesses could participate in a matching grant program that would continue in our quest to reduce or better handle solid waste in the state of New Hampshire. What this bill would do, first of all, there was a change that we wanted to expand the sources of funds for the fund, because when it originally came through last year, the only source that was identified was an EPA grant, and I don't know if you guys know it. There was, as part of the infrastructure law, there are EPA grants that are available for recycling and solid waste management. And everybody was super excited to be able to use those funds. But the guidelines have come out, and pursuant to the guidelines, states can't apply for the infrastructure funds. Only towns and businesses can. And the base rate is $250,000 for a grant. So it's, it also, I think, just in the haste of legislating, we should have had a more expanded source of funds. And so that was the main thing that the bill did, and it did get amended because there are a couple of grammatical errors. So the amendment doesn't, it wasn't a really big deal. Anyway, so the bill came through the Environment and Agriculture Committee with a 20-zip unanimous recommendation for passage. It passed on a voice vote in the House. And so what I'm here before you now to talk with you about is the opportunity for the state to appropriate money into the Solid Waste Management Fund. One other thing that we did do as part of this bill is it connects up with the goals that are set forth in the management plan, and goals that have been identified by the working group that we really want to put forth the concept of composting and food waste diversion as a way of decreasing what's going into our landfills. And so actually, at Senator Howard Pearl's suggestion, we tweaked the language slightly to do a prioritization for composting for the first couple of years of the appropriations existence. The fund is, again, another mechanism that a lot of other states use to try to promote their solid waste diversion within their states. And as I explained when we were talking before, municipalities are kind of out there on their own trying to figure things out, and they need some support for doing their own planning, and their own planning is really like a pivotal part of the whole state as a whole doing better and putting in making the solid waste management plan goals work. And really, this is a partnership, I think, amongst all, between the legislature and the governor and our agencies to really just try to rebuild and do better with solid waste. And our municipalities are a really key part of that. And giving them some help through this fund, through a matching grant program, would be another really great way to start. And we do have a DES letter. I know they really like this idea. They tend to be not take positions so much on outside appropriations. But I think to promote the partnership for all of us, it would be a good thing. I just want to reiterate that I really hope that we can get a broader conversation going within the legislature, focusing on source reduction, and including PFAS, including all sorts of things that are going into our landfills. We have to deal with the landfill leachate. It has a lot of toxics in it that end up in our wastewater treatment plants. We have to test for the toxics. We have to suck them back out, and they have to go back in the landfill. And, you know, I really think that if we can help our towns and businesses do better from the front end, we'll all benefit in the long run. And it will promote business. I know a lot of businesses have been interested in this. So,
Questions
That's
for
it.
Representative Ebel.
sure.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's talk about line 7. So if I read this correctly, this is removing the fiscal committee from the process of accepting such grants. Is that correct?
I think it was the executive council,
The executive council.
or was it the fit? I left my bill over there. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated here.
All right.
Mr. Hoffman, Melissa, any?
Yes.
Or maybe both, right?
It would allow the department to accept funds directly in without going through governing council and fiscal committee, as long as they're used for that specific purpose.
I see. So, may I continue? Sure. Yes. So let me push back on this because the fiscal committee and the executive council exist for very important reasons, which is when people give us money, there very often are strings attached, and we can't allow an agency to make a decision that obligates the state in some way without the legislators and approval, right? And the executive council, I guess, in some cases. So I would object to this particular section.
Okay. Well, I think the idea there was to streamline the process, but I certainly understand where you're coming from. And if that stood in the way of moving the fund forward, you'd get no objection from me.
Okay. And may I continue? Yeah. So let's talk about the funds. Do you know if the governor has asked for any funds like this section 2?
I do not believe that he has. Again, the bill has been brought forward very, very late in the process, and the law as it existed, it only was the fund was able to accept funds from the EPA, so this amendment was necessary to expand that. I will tell you that I've approached the governor's office and I've opened up the conversation about that. I'm not sure. I'm not going to speak for them. It didn't sound to me like they would have an objection. I think they're very interested in the subject of solid waste as a general matter. I mean, we certainly have been talking about this issue of landfills, and I just like to talk about that a little bit. There's a general sense that New Hampshire actually, for its own trash, we have adequate capacity. And as we now know, about half of the trash that goes into private landfills comes from out of state. We can't really block that, but what we can do is do better in protecting our own capacity. And one of the ways to protect our capacity is simply to put less trash in our landfills. I think that should be a societal goal, if I can say that. I mean, if you're a Yankee, you don't really want to be throwing everything away. And, as I said, the backside of it, the landfills that exist are pretty much with us forever. And yes, they have clay lining. Yes, they are monitored. Over a period of time, they can leak. And this leachate that comes out of them is pretty much of a toxic stew that we've got to deal with. And I was thinking about this last night. If we're half of the trash that's coming into our state is from out of state, we're dealing with the leachate that is coming. Right. So anyway, we need to divert as much as we can.
Seeing no further, oh, I'm sorry.
I'd just like to say that I share Representative McGuire's concerns. I don't think we should be bypassing either the Governor's Council or the Fiscal Committee.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I won't
So
be
just-
far. Okay.
Just to follow up on that fiscal committee review, where did that come from? Was that the sponsors, or did the DES suggest that removing the governor's council and the fiscal committee?
I worked with the LBA and we discussed it, and we thought that to simplify the process, that might be a way to go, but I'm not gonna, it's my bill. DES, I won't say that they put that in there. This was something in my desire to streamline the process that I thought about and that I did. So I take full responsibility for it. I wasn't trying to dodge anything. I was just thinking that, in the overall scheme of things, it would be helpful to try to get our money to our towns and businesses. That's really it.
Mr. Hoffman.
I can tell you that I suggested that when I worked with Representative Abel on this bill, because the money for that fund is for a very specific purpose. Unlike many things where you can get a grant and use them for various things, and there's a decision on how to use the money. But I also understand the concerns of not having fiscal committee review it.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Chairman Weiler, as chair of the fiscal committee, would like to see less work, but we also enjoy being thorough. But thanks very much for your testimony. Representative Mooney, nice to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to members of the committee. For the record, I am Maureen Mooney. I represent the town of Merrimack in Hillsborough, District 12. Unfortunately, my community has seen firsthand and has been deeply affected by PFAS. Evidence shows it's spreading everywhere, even to our wastewater and to our landfills. Every dollar counts. Every dollar counts in counteracting PFAS and where it may spread next. So I would just recommend that this division recommend to the full Finance Committee that we broaden the funding sources for DES to explore this chemical. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the representative from Merrimack, right? Is that Hillsborough 12? Or
Hillsborough 12 now.
trying to learn them all. I still haven't figured out McGuire's district, but Representative McGuire.
He is Merrimack, I believe, right? What,
No,
the
no.
county?
Merrimack County.
Yeah.
Right. You want me to ask a question?
No, I don't want to ask that question.
I'll ask one.
Representative Ebel.
Thank you very much for being here, Representative. Wouldn't you say that the municipalities are under extreme stress trying to deal with the avalanche of waste coming their way, much of which includes toxic chemicals, including PFAS?
Yes, I would. I've referred to this issue as a prism. There are just so many sides, so many areas between air, groundwater, wastewater, and the like. I mean, it's coming up on these municipalities without any warning or any preparation. It's just there. So any help at all is certainly welcomed and would lessen that strain.
Any further questions? Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you think there's one particular source that you could identify where this PFAS is coming from?
We have in our town a company called Saint-Gobain. In 2016, as a plastics company with its base in Paris, France, it was discovered that they were emitting PFAS. And from that point forward, it has been explosive. So though I am not a scientist or an investigator, it is my understanding that Saint-Gobain is clearly at the center of this.
Well, thank you, Representative Mooney. I know that you've worked very hard on that issue in Merrimack and been leading the fight with some of your other representatives, but you've really drawn attention to it, and you should be thanked for that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. On behalf of the town of Merrimack, not the county of Merrimack, town
Yeah.
of Merrimack.
Yeah, I think Representative McGuire wants to set you straight now.
No, I want to bring up something I was reading in the bill and based on your experience on finance. So this bill allocates money in a kind of an odd way, and which is it's a legislative special. It takes money from the current biennium, not next biennium, right? And it saves it and pays it out over 4 years. Now, do you think this issue ought to be simply funded in a budget so much per year, maybe ad infinitum or just for current budget, or do you like this particular way that it's funding?
Thank you for the question. Certainly open to different ways of funding. My interest is looking out for the community, the health and safety and welfare of not only my community, Merrimack, but the surrounding communities that PFAS has so quickly spread to since it was discovered at Saint-Gobain in 2016. So I don't want to say that I'm against the funding mechanism or that I would be opposed to other options for a funding mechanism. I would leave that to the division.
So you're suggesting, Representative McGuire, that we would set aside the 20 and 24 the 68,000 and 25 the 556 versus taking it all out on the head end.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to make more sense in terms of how we budget and things like that.
All right, good point. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for just kind of follow off that conversation. Are there projects that Merrimack wants to do today to utilize these funds that we can't have the project for? So does waiting till fiscal year 25 work for Merrimack, or can Merrimack start the project this summer if we were to authorize it?
All good questions. And interestingly enough, we lost our excellent, exceptional wastewater plant manager. She got another job. She was top notch at this, and it's no wonder everybody probably wanted to have her work for them. She would be better posed, or the person who took her place would be in a better position to answer that. But I can tell you that there will always be projects. I can think of one right now, very pressing, that's not necessarily related to wastewater, but very pressing in Merrimack, and I'm sure there would be others. So I would say, bottom line of your answer is it will be a welcomed arrival. The funding mechanism, the sooner, the better.
Further question? No, good. All right, seeing no further questions, you're always welcome here. Guess that's it, unless the folks from DES, you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members
Again,
of the committee.
your name for the record, please.
My name is Michael Nork with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Solid Waste Management Bureau. What I'm going to say is that we strongly support the intent of the Solid Waste Management Fund and the idea that that can be used to help municipalities and entities within the state to reduce disposal of waste in landfills and incinerators and encourage more preferable use of those materials as resources rather than as wastes through recycling, through composting. And we also strongly support the bill here, the HB 462's intention to prioritize use of funds to divert food waste because it ties into the bill that the committee had considered earlier on HB 300, which was to again encourage diversion of food waste. So this is another way to tackle the issue through giving grants to municipalities and to other entities that can engage in projects to either develop infrastructure for management of food waste or projects to divert food from schools or businesses. So with all that being said, we strongly support the intent here. We do have to be agnostic as to the policy around where that funding comes from, and that's what this bill is really. That's obviously the crux of the bill, the $2 million appropriation to the fund. And as Representative Ebel noted, that fund was created last year, and to date, no funds have actually been appropriated to that fund. So we're not actually able to enact the intention of that bill or that fund. I guess with that, I'm happy to take any questions the committee might have.
Questions? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You heard what Representative Mooney said. Is she a little confused about this bill? Because her issue was about wastewater, and this is about solid waste. Does waste that comes out of wastewater plants turn into solid waste and then get into landfills, or are these two separate issues, kind of?
That is a great question. So there is a little bit of confusion, I think, in general in terms of how wastewater and solid waste are regulated. And at DES, we have separate programs under separate statutes to regulate those separately. But there is definitely some overlap with wastewater when it comes to the solids that are extracted from a wastewater treatment plant that often do get sent to landfills for disposal. So there is a little bit of overlap. But to my knowledge, the intent here with HB 462 and the Solid Waste Management Fund that was created last session, the intent there is really to focus on solid waste management and not necessarily the wastewater management side of things. That's just my understanding, but I could be incorrect on that.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chair.
Hatch.
Isn't there a place like point where those two items intersect? In other words, solid waste has a direct impact on the wastewater treatment. I think I heard that somewhere in the testimony. PFAS was an example. So maybe that's what's being alluded to and needs to be addressed.
That's a good point, Representative Hatch. Thank you for the question. Again, as a society, we use products, we consume products, we dispose of products. So there are multiple points of intersection. I think that you raise a good point that the products that we consume and use, and ultimately some of that can end up in wastewater in one form or another, or chemical components of it could end up in wastewater. So there is certainly some overlap.
So I have a question on the funding. We received a number of settlements from air quality, groundwater pollution. Are there any funds out there? Because I note that the department takes no position with respect to the source of any future appropriation. Might there be another source? I don't like to put the department on record of being supportive of a different source, but is there something else out there that could be used to fund this versus general funds?
That's a great question. I'm not aware of specific sources of funding, except to say that there might be future grant opportunities through federal agencies, like was discussed when Representative Ebel introduced the bill. Last session, there was some understanding that the EPA might provide funding that then could be funneled into this fund. We later found out after that opportunity was kind of finalized that there wasn't going to be that possibility. So yeah, it's hard to really know, but I think there could be potential opportunities through federal agencies or other state programs. I think obviously general funds tend to be the one that most people can think of readily, but I don't know, I guess is the short answer.
Yeah, maybe going back to Mike Winsett to see what is out there. Representative Weiler and I serve on fiscal, and we see hundreds of millions of dollars often each month coming in from the federal government for a variety of things and from a variety of federal sources. So would hope that maybe something was out there, but
That's a great point. Yeah, there's been a lot of focus from federal programs on brownfields, on like ARPA funding
Yeah.
for wastewater. To date, there hasn't been a lot of focus from the feds on solid waste management. That has traditionally been up to the states to fund and implement. So that's part of the challenge, I think, for so long that there hasn't been really a focus on this particular area.
all right, thank you. Seeing no further questions, again, thanks.
Thank you.
We'll close the work session and see you at, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Ebel.
I'm sorry, but I noticed there was someone from the municipal association here, and I didn't know if they had anything that they wanted to add to the conversation
I think she's been taking notes, but
Okay.
you're welcome to speak
in the past.
if. Catherine Heck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Heck for the record, and I represent the Municipal Association, and we do support this legislation. Our members have a policy that we support programs that would allow municipalities to reduce solid waste, recycle, reuse, and of course, composting and other measures while maintaining any local control. And of course, we do know that food waste makes up about 20 to 25% of what is currently going into our transfer stations. So these funds would become extremely important for our municipalities to move forward some of their policy priorities and reducing solid waste. So that's all I have. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, see you at 1 this afternoon. the Information Security Officer for the Department of Information Technology. So I guess, I don't see a sponsor. Would you like to speak to this, Commissioner, or? I think everybody knows you, but just for the record, for those watching, your
Right.
name, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dennis Goulet. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Information Technology. And Representative Edwards sponsored this bill at my request. So we actually, when it was introduced, we sat together to introduce it. And so the state has had a Chief Information Security Officer in place for over a decade. So we're not asking to fund anything here, even though it did have a FN attached to it. I sent in a $0 fiscal note for this. Essentially what this is doing is codifying what we're already doing in statute and also making it so. So I'm not worried that I'm going to keep the security officer function running, and I know how important it is. But, you know, for continuity, I think, you know, the National Association of State Chief Information Officers has voted 12 years running that cybersecurity was their number one priority. So I think we want to make sure that we have that in place and duties and responsibilities and authority defines. That's simply the objective.
And I believe you spoke to this when you presented your budget, if my memory serves me correctly, right?
I
Your
did.
Presentation, yep. Any questions of the commissioner?
Look at everybody laughing. So this person will have the same unclassified level or whatever that they have now, et cetera?
That's correct.
Yeah.
They're unclassified, and we set their compensation through the JCEC, I think maybe 3 years ago. So it's all the administrivia associated with it is done.
So this would appear to be something that we could actually vote on and move along, so we show a little progress.
I move on to pass.
Is it seconded? Representative Sweeney?
Okay. Representative McGuire. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Hatch isn't here. Representative Hewitt. Yes. The clerk votes aye. And the chair? Yes. Okay, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favor and no nays. All right. We are moving things through.
So the motion offered by Representative McGuire passes 7-0. Another blurb for you to write, committee
Well, I
report.
might as well do it now.
Well, this is easy.
We got to have 20 minutes.
All right, well, moving right along, we'll take a 20-minute break.
as it was originally introduced. However, we do have some concerns with how it was amended. It's amending again the municipal pace statute. Under our current municipal pace statute, which is RSA 53F, it allows lender consent, and all lien holders, if a property owner wants to move forward with this, all lien holders have to sign off on it in order for it to become a priority lien. That is found on RSA 53F5. However, and that part of the statute hasn't been amended. However, F8 has been amended, and it strikes the language that references the lender consent. And this is concerning to us because, while the intent is for CPACE, it again is amending the municipal pace statute. And our concern with this is the impact that it could have on the secondary market. If you were to look up at Fannie Mae and their guidelines on selling, or the types of properties or mortgages they'll buy, they will not buy from a bank or acquire from a bank a mortgage that has a PACE assessment attached to it, a 6 month, a PACE assessment attached to it. And a lot of our banks bundle mortgages, sell off to the secondary market, and maintain the servicing rights. So again, while we don't have a position on the underlying bill, how it was amended, we do have a slight concern. We do appreciate the sponsor did it when it was amended. It keeps the assessment with the property. However, again, the concern that we do have is the fact that it does strike that language and create a priority lien. I've provided the sponsor with some suggested language that just reinstates that consent language by adding it to the last sentence. I provided a few folks on the committee with this language. I'm happy to. Again, I got a couple more copies I'm happy to hand out. But again, it just on page 2, lines 9 through 12, just adding on to that sentence to state, except that all prior recorded mortgages or liens shall retain priority over the lien of assessment contract unless all such mortgages or lien holders of record have consented to the lien as provided. And again, it references RSA 53F5. So I'm happy to take any questions any of the committee members have.
Yes, Representative McGuire.
So I'm hoping you can answer questions, not just on the banking part, but on the actual what's going on here.
Yeah.
So is this loans made to property owners, in this case, commercial property owners, to add solar power and things like that to their property?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And for follow-up, and the source of funds for these loans is the federal department, U.S. Department of Energy?
I believe the U.S. Department of Energy has guidelines, but it would be private investors, from my understanding, is the way it would work. It would be private capital.
Okay. And so follow. But the state is guaranteeing these loans in some way, or?
So it would be the municipality through the tax assessment would. I'm sorry, I don't believe. I'm not sure. I think that would be a question for the sponsor. I'm not sure if there's that mechanism as a state guaranteeing those loans, but
there's a lien placed on the property.
Yes.
Right. So that if they're not paid back, you could seize the property and sell it and that way. Yes.
Yeah. So there would be, and that's the the kind of the basis of our concerns is the additional lien for that special assessment for that commercial. But by taking away our kind of our consent rights,
right.
I think there could be situations where they would be inclined to. I mean, with rising energy costs, 1, 2, it could increase the value of the property if it was a risk that at the time they're worth taking on. Again, so you have the CPACE, but then you also have the PACE, and our basis of our concerns is it's also addressing the residential municipal PACE as well.
Okay. One last question. So your main concern is which loan is senior?
Yes.
you want the mortgage loan to be the senior loan and this loan to be junior to that, yes?
Yes, correct.
Okay, great.
Yep. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Griffin?
Yeah, as I read this, it looks like we're mandating that the local tax collector service as loan, basically.
Correct. It would be, the way it works is it would be, again, that special assessment would be applied to the, it would be registered, I believe, in the Register of Deeds. It would be paid through the tax collection as a special assessment.
Also, I understand our state laws, the state would be responsible for the costs involved in that.
It would appear.
It would appear.
This is probably not a question for you, sir, but maybe Mr. Hoffman. Is there any reason this didn't go to a second committee before coming here, like Commerce, perhaps, or?
Fiscal note you see is still the old, hasn't been updated yet.
Yeah. It said we're still awaiting a number of folks, so we haven't received anything from the Department of Energy, Treasury, Revenue Administration.
As it's amended, I think we only would need to hear from the municipal association, and they have provided something. We just haven't had time to put it into a fiscal note yet.
Oh, okay. Perhaps we got the bill a little quickly and missed some of the oversight. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here to answer the questions. So your proposed fix here to the issue that you guys see, is this not the way that the organization that supports PACE nationally wants this policy implemented?
Correct. My understanding is the organization CPACE Alliance, consent should be a part of any CPACE program.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Further questions, comments? Yes, Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if maybe you were present. Does anybody know what the vote was in the Science and Technology and Energy Committee, and then furthermore what it was in the House?
So it was, I want to say 17-3 or 15-5 out of committee, and it was a voice vote in the House.
And was that OTP or ITL?
OTP as amended.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You didn't happen to contact the chair, run into the chair of Science and Technology, did you? Or?
I ran upstairs. They were still in committee in a hearing.
Representative Ebel.
Thank you. Is this enabling legislation so that a municipality can do this if they want to? So there was some discussion about a mandate, but it really is up to a district or a municipality whether they want to pursue this. Is that right?
That is my understanding, that it's enabling and I think a representative from the municipality could speak to from the municipal association, but it's my understanding that this is enabling a municipality would have to choose. I believe right now, Dover and Nashua, I want to say, are current PACE municipalities. But yeah, I believe that's the way it works. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Catherine Heck, please.
Thank you, Chairman Leishman and representatives. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this bill. My name is Catherine Heck, for the record, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. And we did write a fiscal note both for the introduced bill and for the amended bill as well, which does not change the fiscal note very much. I am not an expert in PACE, CPACE, or RPACE, which are all energy programs. However, I did do extensive research on this bill in particular. So yes, it is enabling legislation. Currently, we have two communities, Nashua and Durham, that are involved in a CPACE or RPACE program. And a little bit of history is that this legislation was enacted in 2010 by New Hampshire, authorizing or enabling cities, towns, and village districts to establish energy efficiency and clean energy districts under 53F. So it allowed them to create these districts and incur debt through issuing municipal revenue bonds for qualified energy conservation projects. But however, in 2015, the legislature amended PACE legislation and removed the authority of municipalities to provide financing, so it could only be done through private investors. So that did change how, of course, these projects could be financed. Now, this particular bill as amended, I think the reason why it might be here is because at one point the state treasurer was involved and the bill was kind of complex in its strategy, I guess I would say. So we did work with the sponsor a bit to condense the bill and just make it enabling legislation. I do not believe there's any fiscal impact to the state, as it's going to be municipalities issuing these revenue bonds. However, it is unclear how this legislation will impact local expenditures, because we don't know how many municipalities will adopt it. And of course, it does require the municipality to take on debt. And of course, there is that payback, of course, where the bank would be the senior lien holder if re-amended, and the municipality would be the junior lien holder. So again, there's no guarantee. However, we know 38 states have these programs, and it has been successful in these states in bringing forward more energy efficiency. So we don't have any position on the policy. However, we can't speak to what the local impact would be should a municipality take this on, and if the commercial property defaults, and what that would cost. But again, I think that's a local issue. But there has been great success nationwide. So I can certainly try to take questions, but I am not a PACE expert by any stretch of the imagination.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. And sorry, without the sponsor here, since you did say that you helped work on the legislation, I imagine in science and tech, was the striking out of the current policy in terms of lien holding, was that an intentional change or was that an accidental hiccup?
So we did want to work with the Bankers Association to make sure that this could be completely enacted and make sure that there would be no issues with banking, Freddie Mac, all of that. I think there's been some history, and the Bankers Association can come back up and speak to that. And some of these programs were affected by not having the correct terminology and not having the correct order of lien in it. But it was a little bit of a quick turnaround to try to get legislation that enabled municipalities to move forward their policy priorities in the energy efficiency world, while combining it with the bill that we were originally presented with. So I think that piece was left out, but we're certainly open to adding that, because I think that's really important moving forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Sweeney, would you like to perhaps work with the bankers group and Chairman Vos from Science and Technology, maybe bring this issue around for us? Okay, thank you. Representative McGuire, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I've heard two things just now that seem in conflict. One was that the money that's being lent is private, and one that it's towns taking on debt. So which is it?
It can be it will be able to be a combination of both together or each one separately under this legislation, depending on how it is structured under 53F. So at this time, the current law only allows it to be a private investor, and the municipality is completely removed from that. The municipality could partner and do a P3, public-private partnership, and maybe get some or part of that funding, or the municipality can issue all of the debt and take on all of the debt. That used to be in legislation prior to 2015, is my understanding of how it would work, but I am not an expert.
Okay, may I follow?
I'm only basing it on a
right.
city in Virginia.
So currently it's private lenders.
Correct.
Yes. But somehow the municipality is involved because they own the lien well, they assess the property for something larger than it would be otherwise, collect the payments in tax and then forward those payments to the private lender. Is that right?
No.
No.
There's no forwarding of any
All
payments.
right, we tried.
There's no forwarding of any payments unless and then the whole foreclosure process is its own special and unique process should anything like that occur. That's a whole separate issue from this program. It's from this program and how it would work. This is to actually move forward, putting on the solar panels and more energy efficiency in those larger commercial units. I believe it's five or more, four. Yeah. So, yeah. Again, I'm not an expert in this program, unfortunately. I did try to learn a whole lot about it. And Energy New Hampshire might be another place to reach out to. They didn't get back to us when we tried to work on this legislation, though.
All right. Well, one question to ask is, how is this better than just simply someone purchasing solar panels from a vendor and paying them back over time, right? Because, you know, you buy stuff like a car or something and you pay back over time. And the vendor themselves arranges financing. I don't see why the towns or whoever is, or us, is involved.
Do you want me to
Any
try?
comment? Yeah, yeah.
Do you want me to try to answer that?
Would you believe?
I would believe, yes. My understanding is that if there's not the private partnership availability, that the town becomes the partner to move that policy forward. The town itself becomes the partner rather than waiting for a private entity to come in and become the partner. So that's my understanding. There is a very successful story out of Virginia for a community doing this and really did a whole lot of green work this way and reduced all their energy costs townwide and did all this wonderful stuff using this model, but this is modified, of course, for New Hampshire.
All right, thank you. I assume that you'd be happy to work with Representative Sweeney and the bankers and try to work something through.
Absolutely. I did briefly look at the language and over a brief look, it's right on point with what we had already discussed. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak very uneducatedly about this topic.
No, you're a wealth of information as always. Thanks. Seeing no further questions or anyone, I'm sure you enjoy your new assignment. Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. All right, we have agriculture coming in at 2, so it should be. the former Speaker and now Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture. Nice to see you, Mr. Speaker.
It is good to be here, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
And I think everybody knows you, but we don't know your associate. So.
Oh, Michelle Thibault is my administrative assistant. She does all the heavy lifting when it comes to the budget.
All right. I'm glad you're still so honest. All right, thanks.
So, all set. So you just.
You can fire away, and if you have a little handout.
Well, we really didn't bring any handouts. There's really only one thing in the governor's recommendation that we do want to talk about. We're glad to answer any questions. The main thing in the budget for me is finally having made it this far with an assistant commissioner. I think I'm probably the only commissioner of a department with over 40 people that doesn't have an assistant. I have a deputy who's the state veterinarian who's busier than I am, so that really doesn't provide any administrative support. I had intended to ask for an assistant a couple budgets ago, and a couple things came up, and then the pandemic came up, and so here we are, and that's in there. Last year, the legislature approved an invasive species program to try to eradicate the plant invasive species that we're seeing all over the state. They put in a coordinator, I should say, the legislature approved a coordinator position with no money, so this year we've asked for the funding for the previously approved position. The thing that has created a little bit of consternation for us, and I don't know if your pages are the same as ours on the governor's budget, but it would be page. Yeah, all right, so it'd be page 256 that we would be looking at. So for many years going back in history, there was a contract coordinator for the State Conservation Commission. There were some problems, my understanding is, with that individual, and they ended the contract, never did anything, and so then the 10 districts that make up the State Conservation Commission, obviously I shouldn't say obviously, but they are made up of the 10 counties, were sort of floundering with no coordination. In the last budget, we did get that moved to a part-time position. We have a great individual in there. It's been well established that this is worthy of full-time, and the person that we have won't be staying with us if we don't get this to a full-time position, nor will we ever have anybody long-term in all likelihood. And what happened was, oh, wait a minute, maybe it wasn't.
You shuffled your pages around. So
I shuffled my pages around, so what did I do? Yeah, it's in my stack here, but I can I'll let her look for that. Sorry about that. But what happened, we had $40,000 in for the part-time position continuing, and then small amount of the benefits that go along with that. We requested the full-time position. So we had taken out the part-time position, and then the governor took out the full amount, so now we're left with nobody in this budget. We have a revolving fund. The total cost is 93,000 with benefits. It's 56, I think, in salary the first year, and then the rest in benefits. And the conservation fund can fund this position. Thank you. And so while we were hoping that the general fund would pitch in on this, there are adequate funds in there to sustain this for a while. Most of the money is given out in grants. The conservation districts for projects such as stream restoration, any number of things, is generally $300,000 to $400,000 that's given out a year. The fund has about 1.2 in it right now. And so I would highly recommend and ask that this position be restored. Unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity to talk to anybody in the governor's office because I was gone last week. And I had requested previous to have a conversation, but that was before the governor's budget was submitted. So I may be talking a little out of school, but this is my opportunity to do the ask and to do it without general fund dollars to fund that position. Restore it to the budget, to our budget request.
Any thoughts, members? Yes, Representative Evil.
Well, I was just trying to welcome and good to see you. I was just trying to figure this out. So the first thing is that you would like to have an assistant commissioner because you haven't had one. And did you say, I'm sorry, I'm taking notes, I don't have my book. So was the funding put in for the
Yes.
assistant? Okay.
Yes, both of the two previous positions are funded. This one was not, but it actually moved backwards.
Okay, and then how does the invasive species program work under agriculture? Because I know DES is also responsible for invasive
Well,
species. Or how,
I'm not sure what they do. We work on eradication. We have a person who's devoted part of his time to doing this. And Ordeon Park is a prime example of is one of the projects where he's worked. Now, this is always in collaboration with others. Usually it can be local conservation commissions, can be the state highway department, local highway departments, any organization that may be interested in cleaning out an area of invasive species. And in the past, we have worked well with DOT on the roadside, but we're losing the battle. And this is his part-time job. There was a fund established, I think, with 150,000 to give out grants to various communities. But they also need the education. We need somebody in this position full-time who can be devoting their time to dealing with this. If you've ever been down to Hartford, Connecticut, you've seen the areas where you think you may be in a foreign jungle. That's what we're going to look like if we don't take this seriously.
so, okay, I think DES is responsible for invasive species perhaps in water.
That is right. This is
That's it.
simply
And
planned.
you're responsible for what's on the
Correct.
land.
Yes.
And you have a coordinator now, but there's.
Well, that's not his title. He's an inspector. He is sort of, because he's passionate about it, he's taken on a lot of the responsibilities of trying to deal with this. And we want somebody who will focus on this full time.
And what's the funding situation on that?
That is general funds.
That's Jim. I was just trying to unwind everything here. So there's the state conservation districts, and then you had a coordinator who was part-time, but that position has been removed and there's no funding? Is
Yeah,
that, did I
apparently,
get the story right?
Yeah, if you're on page 256 and you see cost center 50 personnel service temporary appointee, and there's 40,462. And then you follow that across, there's no money there. So what the governor and the budget here, we had requested it in cost center 10, and they took that out, but not realizing that they were then totally defunding the position. So I think, and that's very understandable with the amount of work they have to do and the time they have to do it in. So that's the issue there. And I would point out to the committee that the Department of Agriculture, if you take out some of the grants that we have, such as for land conservation, maybe even within that, we're cash positive. We produce more revenue for the state than we spend, to the tune of anywhere from $200,000 to $1 million a year. So we are not a drain on the general fund. That's why I was hoping this money could come from the general fund so that there'd be money available for the grants, but it is important to all the districts. Everybody really has appreciated over the last year and a half that this individual has been on, what a difference it has been making in coordinating the works of the 10 districts. Because without an executive director, the State Conservation Commission largely, doesn't have a center, doesn't have that coordination that is so important, something of this size.
Representative Griffin, followed by Representative Cambrals.
Thank you, Commissioner, for taking my question. So where are you proposing this money comes from?
I would say that if you do not wish to give it to us from the general fund, it can come from that fund. And I have messed up my paperwork. The accounting unit on that is Soil Conservation Fund. It's a revolving fund. And, yeah. And it has about 1.2 million in it at the moment.
So I'm looking on page 256. What line reflects that fund?
Well, it doesn't.
You'd be
Well,
increasing.
when you go to estimated source of funds, it's not broken down here, but it's other funds.
Yep.
That's where the money would come from. I can't tell you I understand how these things work because they certainly are nothing like municipal budgets, so never quite figured this states out. Excuse me?
We're still trying ourselves.
Yeah, so, but that is where, I'm sure LBA knows how to do that.
Representative Cambrels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the question. You mentioned you're typically net positive in terms of money coming in. What are your sources of revenue?
So largely, the main sources of revenue we have are from pesticides licensing. So every pesticides product that is used in the state has to be registered with the state. I think right now 75% of that fund stays in a revolving fund, 25 goes to general fund. We have a product registration on the animal products, if you pet foods and grains, fertilizers, lime, any of those things that are registered also have a fee that come in, and I think currently that's a 50-50 split, and I think there's a bill in the works to change that. Not one that we had requested, but make things a lot less convoluted, although I'm not the biggest fan of revolving funds myself, but they certainly have served this department well, and they do stay within the areas to support the department, so.
And can I
Further
follow up?
question? Sure.
And yes, I'm very familiar with invasive species in the water because I'm on a lake association. What invasive species in particular are on the land that we're seeing?
Bittersweet is, in my opinion, one of the worst because it's strangling off the trees and killing them. Then we have the Japanese knotweed, which is just ever expanding. We see that all over the place in fields and on the sides of the highways. Tree of Heaven, which I am not terribly familiar with myself, but that is also what the spotted lanternfly likes to feed off of, and that is a problem primarily for the grapes. That thing has been coming in. We've been doing a pretty good job of keeping it out at this point by nursery inspections, because that's primarily how it comes in. But that's a real problem, and it's a growing problem in Pennsylvania and the surrounding areas. It's not officially here yet, but if we can eliminate its host, that will help in the long term.
Thanks.
So if someone wanted assistance from your department to deal with eradication of invasive species, how would they go about it?
Well, they would contact Plant Industry. We don't do work on private property. We do give them the education, we give them the advice they need to do that themselves. So primarily, we're working on state land, state land right-of-ways, things like that, but are advising in those areas. We do, I think, have the ability in certain cases probably to make a declaration and go onto private property if it is something that is extremely extreme concern. I'm not aware that we've done that, and I'm not 100% sure on that. There's just something rattling around in the back of my head about that if we find somebody who isn't cooperative.
No, just a comment. My son lives in New York, and they have the Tree of Heaven there, and it's just taking over all the trees.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yes, and this is a huge concern, and we need to do more in the area of education. Largely, these are going to be projects that one person is not going to do by himself, him or herself, going to be working with conservation commissions, districts, to really push that information out there, and hopefully as a team, we'll be able to make a difference.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. This morning, we had a work session on HB 230 from Representative Bixby for an electronic data processing system for all registrations under your purview. Is that funding included in the budget, or is it something you would support?
No, that's a separate bill. It's not in the budget, and it will allow us to do more of what we're supposed to be doing. My joke has been, by the time I'm done being commissioner, I want to bring us into the 1990s. But hopefully with that bill and others, we'll actually get into the 21st century. The amount of man hours that we are spending bringing in the physical paperwork and then entering it into programs is mind-boggling. And frankly, we do have well underway the animal database, which was approved some years ago, and is actually, we will be awarding a bid on that hopefully by about July 1st. God knows how long it'll take to develop it. But this is for the other programs that we need. Weights and Measures has been a real disaster. That was literally the one developed in the 80s by a sex offender at the state prison. And we don't have the source code. So if you go any place that has a license for Weights and Measures, you'll notice there's a sticker with my name on it over former Commissioner Merrill's name, because nobody can get into the system and actually change her name to mine. That's how bad it is.
So I take it you're supportive
Yes.
of HB 230?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
And just to follow up to Representative Sweeney's question, the fiscal note indicates there's no general funds to support this system.
We currently don't have, no.
Okay.
We didn't know what we didn't know until we finally had somebody from DOIT embedded into the department. I came into it new, assuming, okay, DOIT is looking out for our needs and we'll be somewhere in the queue. Once we got somebody to manage the database, we realized nobody was really looking out for our needs, and we had to be our own advocates, which we were with the database, but certainly been an eye-opening experience with what has so far been a failed replacement system for Weights and Measures. So we are well behind the 8 ball.
Any further questions of the commissioner? Any questions, Representative McGuire?
Sorry.
No. I guess seeing none of the division have preference on what we do with the agricultural budget. Accept it as presented with that fact that we may have to make some changes once we get the numbers for revenues. I guess you don't have to come back, Commissioner, and we'll act on House Bill 230 at some point as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and your service and all the long hours that await you moving forward.
Mr. Hoffman, could you get together with the commissioner's staff as far as a specific language for that position that won't be funded with general funds? Make a footnote somewhere.
I have the information from the agency request. So
Okay,
I
good.
have everything I need if the division chooses to add it. We
All
just
right.
put it right in House Bill 1.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, sir. Thanks. Thank you. So as a reminder to the division, we have a joint session with Division 3 at 2:30. So I guess be prepared for something. In the main room, yeah. I don't believe they did. Could you reach out, Mr. Hoffman, to DOIT and see if they've weighed in on House Bill 230? Thanks. Since it's a DOIT issue for sure. All right, thanks.